Hello everyone. Game? There it is. Thank you. Yeah, this is on full screen. I was trying to get it to not be full screen, but it is full screen no matter what, so the setup is a little uncomfortable. Which is why I was also late, because I was having issues with OBS catching the game. Had to reopen it. It happens. Technical issues. They're there. Anyway, again, hello. We're playing One-Eyed Likho? Likho? I have to assume it's likho. I had to assume the K is silent. But I'll be honest, I do not know. I am not well versed in Slavic languages.
Послушай древнее предание, и пусть оно прорастет в твоем сердце, словно зерно древней истины. Пусть этот росток знаний будет искрой, от которой разгорится великое пламя. В некотором царстве, в некотором государстве, в то время, когда люди еще верили, что поблизости живут странные духи, жил один кузнец.
That's never a good sign. Smithing is a profession of evil. That's an exaggeration, but it's a little true.
Кузнец!
Клевал.
Странно. Ты как, кузнец?
Чего тебе?
Да так. Или и привиделось чего? Слышишь или что?
Сон. Ворон в нем.
Ворона видел? Плохой сон. Да ты не думай, что там. А кто знает-то про будущее? То-то же. Я всегда говорю, что все ведомо только Всевышнему.
Не там ты ответы ищешь.
А? Что?
Каждому чего-то не хватает. Даже тебе. Чего ты не знаешь?
A lot of things. Evil world. Well, I think maybe the truth.
Правды мало на свете.
Знания обретают только те, кто прошел через темный лес. Только те, кто встретил лихо.
Oh, so it is
Что?
Likho.
Лихо, значит? Пойду поищу себе лихо.
No, that's a bad idea. Yeah, especially when drunk. I'm not gonna lie, that entire sequence made me feel like I was watching an Eastern European movie that was banned by the USSR. Oh, what? Okay, that was weird. The game took me out of it. I don't know how that happened. I guess things just happen sometimes. Like, I say that in the best way possible. Like, have you ever seen that one uh video on YouTube that is like Steam hams, but it was banned by the USSR. Like kind of like that. It has that kind of energy in my eyes, which yeah, kind of makes sense. Trying to enter people's houses without the permit. Oh,
Добрый человек. Здравствуй.
Здравствуй.
Куда идешь?
Да вот, брат, все говорят, лихо на свете есть. Я никакого лиха не видал. Ну вот иду искать.
Пойдем вместе. Я хорошо живу, не видал лиха. Пойдем поищем. Тихо, как душно.
Кажись, верно идем. Ни зверя, ничего.
До сих пор тропу видно.
yeah, like that kind of like really jarring cut. Like that has such a the kind of like Eastern European
Знаешь, я так пошел.
movie feel.
Как так?
Говорят, кто лихо узнает, тот получит все, что захочет. Только кому верить? Есть ли оно вообще? Вот ты веришь в лихо?
Ну, если бы знать. Вот и проверим.
А я верю. Иначе зачем идти? Знаешь, я пошел, чтобы сшить великий кафтан.
Those are bones.
Царь кафтан.
Like those are bones.
Да ладно. Лихо исполнит что угодно, а ты попросишь телогрейку?
Я попрошу мастерства. Сам сошью. Тебе не понять.
I guess he has a point. You know, mastery over his craft. But yeah, no, those were bones. That was a corpse, like a giant corpse. But yeah, it kind of reminds me of the stuff that I saw back when I was still
Ты погляди, ворота какие.
studying cinema. And we did see a lot of
Пограничник.
stuff like
какой-то.
these.
Да.
I wish I could remember the titles at the top of my head, but I
Зачем
do
ты
not.
ищешь его на самом деле?
Правда хочешь знать? Да все просто. От этой жизни серой спасение только на дне стакана. Сам знаешь. Я тебе говорил, мне привиделся ворон. В этом какой-то старый забытый смысл. И я хочу его узнать.
Ну, Бог тебе в помощь.
It also kind of... Maybe it's just me, but the modeling of the characters kind of remind me of The Path. Which I haven't touched that game in
Господь Вседержитель.
a long time.
Изба большая, одним окном горит.
Ночь. Некуда идти. Найду, как внутрь зайти.
Ага, я тут подожду.
Нужен какой-то предмет.
I don't suppose I can see through the window, no.
Идолы поганые.
Oh, hey, they're rubbing.
Ворон. Вот и ключ к избушке.
Stab to open. Thank you, video game. You know, that's never a good sign. Eyes carved on a tree. I wouldn't say that's a good sign in general.
Ну
Just
как, нашел что?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Похоже, ключ от избы. Пойдем.
Ладно, я следом.
There's a window. Oh, wait. I'm stupid. I was thinking a little less literally. Those are also not good signs, I think. The mysterious forest. I was traveling the forgotten path with a flock of shades who walked it before. Long ago, everyone had to walk this path. They whispered the ancient meaning of the rite. I will document it all, for the understanding is long lost. Maybe it will help you, the one who will walk this way after me. The path started at the murky edge of the forest. We stepped into the mossy midwood where the treetops hid the sky. The spreading branches of thousand-year-old firs lured us into the eternal night, and the thick fog into the overgrowth of mushrooms and ferns. I was frightened, but I continued to walk the path. The shades showed the way. There was a wooden hut before us, old and ominous, the belly of a long-forgotten chimera. Oh, that's close. I don't like this.
Похоже на корабль.
Odysseus. Everyone's favorite, dude. Apples. Under arches on the ground, apples rolling firm and round. I'll take one, deep red in hue. I'll share with Kuska, too. Okay.
Что за чертовщина такая? Этим смогу из печи что достать. Чудище какое-то.
Polyphemus.
Калики. Печать какая-то, что ли? Ну, пусть дальше лежит.
Seriously?
Лихоманки проклятые.
Bringers. Oh, let me guess. Yep, That didn't fail, right?
Глаз выкалывает.
Oh.
Милая избушка.
Чё ты, портной?
За мной тоже дверь закрыла.
Ночь.
Знаю, знаю, некуда идти.
Bro, are you sure you're not screwing me? I swear to God, if you screw me out of my wish. There are a lot of things wrong in here. I all see an eye.
Алтарь какой-то.
Yeah.
Одноглазая. Голову держит. А у этого в руках что?
That looks like a flame.
Мастерская работа.
Book of the Worlds. That looks like a biblically accurate angel. And I don't trust that. The Odyssey. Odysseus and his fellow travelers arrived on an island of fierce Cyclops and descended into the cave of Polyphemus, who was known for his incredible cruelty. The one-eyed monster captured the intruders, accusing them of violating the laws of hospitality. He lifted a stone of enormous size and trapped them inside a cave along with his flock. Very soon, the ogre began devouring the captives two at a time. Odysseus, perceptive and cunning, and lying. Why you always lying, Odysseus? Abandoned the desperate idea of killing Polyphemus in his sleep, realizing that doing so would leave the exit from the cave inaccessible. Then the king of Ithaca, skilled in all arts, devised a cunning plan. He and his fellow made a sharp stick out of Polyphemus' enormous club. Odysseus offered Polyphemus strong wine, thereby lulling the Cyclops into a false sense of security. As soon as he fell into a deep sleep, Odysseus and his loyal companions hid the stake in the fire and plunged it into the ogre's single eye. Maddened by pain and rage, blinded Polyphemus began letting the sheep out of the to pasture. Odysseus instructed his men to tie the animals together in trees and hide beneath them. He himself clung to the belly of Polyphemus' favorite ram. Thus, unnoticed by the blind monster, they escaped from the cave. Homer, Odyssey, Book 9. Famous Odysseus, who lies. The Book of Worlds is stored in the inventory. Yeah, I noticed.
Что за книга? Почему она здесь? Да и где я сам? Чертовщина какая-то.
This is never a good sign.
Пахнет морем, океаном. Все это в подполе?
The ferry. I worry. Did the game tell me that I can run because something is gonna follow me, or is he telling me that I can run because he doesn't want me to be
Вот
super
как.
slow?
Лихо где-то там. А портной, может, и к лучшему, что он с ним не повидается.
Mistress of the animals. I knew there dwelled a one-eyed goddess in the underworld. Only those who reached her temple and passed her trials were able to seek her indulgence. I followed the spirits, and I dreaded meeting her. What gifts could the mistress of the animals give me? Skill in the hunt, magical dance moves, witchcraft? You always ask for the witchcraft. I crave those gifts, and I fear them.
На курьих ножках.
I need some point. Five? Okay.
Страница в ту книгу узорчатую.
The third voyage. Oh, Sinbad! Sinbad and his fellow travelers arrive at a remote island where they discover a mysterious house of an ogre. The ogre's eyes blazed with fire, and he was black and monstrous. The creature grabbed the fattest of his visitors, broke his neck, and roasted him on a spit. The rest he locked inside of his house. They spent 2 days in this house, and during that time the ogre devoured 2 more. On the third night, Sinbad and his companions heated 2 spits and thrusted them into both of the monster's eyes. Blinded, the ogre was unable to find his captives and left the cave. Sinbad and his companions followed him out and made their way to their rafts. The ogre finally found them with the help of his ogress, but the sailors had already set sail from the shore. The monsters hurled stones at them, and most of the sailors perished. Sinbad, however, managed to escape to another island with 2 of his fellows. The third voyage of Sinbad the Sailor, the 1001 Nights. I'm feeling a team. Way to the land of the dead.
Железная ботала. Не стоит мне это с собой таскать.
Okay. I'll go back just for a second just to see if I missed anything. Like I'm starting to see a team. Like one-eyed creatures, blinded creatures. Sounds like the game is trying to tell me something.
А вот и лодка. На ней доберусь.
I can need some part. I still need more.
Не отцепить.
passage. I stepped into the belly of that eerie hut, and just like that I found myself at the threshold of worlds. My road now led through the land of the dead, straight to the one-eyed mistress of the animals in her ancient sanctum. Knowing what was coming didn't calm my fear. Up ahead, the island of the dead awaited, where the living passed even deeper into the underworld, and only one path led there, through the burial rite. So, what you're saying is that I am going to get buried. Literally or metaphorically. To, achieve my crossing to the land of the dead. Which, I would argue is a problem because that means that that means that I would die. Oh, it returns me here. Please don't turn around and feel bad about the fact that I'm gonna take this.
Не пойму, что тут. Чудской узор.
Oh. It left. Well, that's somewhat worse. I won't lie.
Похоже, этот замок удерживает лодку.
Yeah, that's definitely the Isle of the Dead. We have the trees and the carvings and everything. Classic Eye of the Dead.
Глаз.
Good old Isle of the Dead.
На этой лодке я приплыл на остров.
Yeah, I know. The Island of the Dead. Yeah, I get it.
Ступы какие-то на земле. А там что, ворота? Лука. Поля пустые. Матфей. Но он мертвый. Иоанн. Не спас от лихорадок. Марк. Он воюет? Нужно что-то запихать в эту ступу.
Oh, there's roads. And there's doors.
Одноглазый, что ли? Ой, зараза!
Okay then. Helpers. I looked around and I saw the dead. They were still following the same path, and I was following them. But now I saw that none were traveling alone. Each was accompanied by a spirit in the form of an animal or a bird. I felt their power. It was both the power of the dead and the power inherited from their ancestors. I saw a thin, almost invisible connecting line between each shade and its helper. It was as if they were bound together. I was getting close to the underworld.
Дурной лев какой-то.
Waves are spun on the wheels. Bro, what are you doing upside down?
Выкалывают глаз.
Many-headed beast guards the gates.
Орел. Посмотрим, отворит ли этот Иван ворота.
Oh, well, we're in the water. Makes sense.
Трехглазый.
Wait, then how? How do I get there? Seems like you have to go from this side. Less. Ah, smart. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, wait. No, actually, that might not be it. Is there 0? Okay, so there is 0. So it's not that. See the total number of boats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Uh, Seven. And there were some on the other side. Seven on this side.
Я же вставлял эту статую. Чертовщина какая-то.
Alright, this is no, it's not. Oh! I also didn't do this one. Lit candles. 5. Disappearing rock. Oh. Actually, I didn't break this one. I reached the island of the dead, the great gate to the underworld. The island of the dead was full of sounds. They flowed like slippery molasses from the top of the black mountain, from the rotten womb of the grave. The creaking of thousands of spinning wheels droned like a hive of hungry insects. Each thread was glimmering gold. My thread was among them. I had to find it. Yeah, to kill yourself, I assume. I do want to do the boxes though. I'm trying to understand. What am I supposed to be looking at? Like, is it the stars? Like, is it the stars around here? But even then, like, how am I supposed to read that? They disappear too. Wait. What are you doing? Oh, wait. 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1. Okay, it's the amount that is on each, like, by itself.
Еще одна страница.
World Saga. A fear stormed through the dark longship of the warrior King Horov onto a lonely, deserted island. Towering over them was a gloomy house with only a giant bed and a giant sword inside. Horov immediately guessed that it was an ogre's dwelling, and he decided to protect some of his men by sending them back to the ship. He and the rest of his companions stayed behind to wait. Soon a huge ogre came in, with a dead polar bear slung over his shoulder. He dressed the carcass, roasted the meat over fire, and with a grin invited the guests to share the meal. Horolf and his companions refused. Then the ogre cried out that he would avenge the death of his brother who had fallen by Horolf's hand. He grabbed a red-hot iron rod and stabbed 2 of the king's companions mercilessly, and then he killed 2 more, leaving Horolf and his faithful brother as men for later. As night enveloped the island, the ogre fell asleep. Horolf struck the wall 3 times. the first blow, the ogre woke up and grumbled, "Who dares to disturb my sleep?" The second blow only made him roll over. Horolf struck for a third time, but the ogre was in a deep sleep. Horolf took the giant's sword and pierced the ogre with it, while Asmund blinded him with a red-hot iron rod. The blinded ogre tried to grab them, but collapsed and broke down the door of his house. Horolf and Asmund took heavy clubs and ended the life of the exhausted ogre. That of Ferdinand Svei formed in the saga. Horolf saga got in the drugs now. And Asmundar saga Kapabana. I'm sorry, I don't know German. Two legendary sagas, Fulfur's saga Kotrasnosnar and Asmundar saga Kapapanan. 1891. Yeah, I don't know. I probably mispronounced all of that. I apologize to the German language. Then maybe the thing with the candles is the same. Like it's a numbers thing. That I'm stupid that I didn't notice. So, I'm gonna solve that. Excuse me. One, 3, 2, 3.
Заполняется книга-то.
Telepathes. Once a famous thief heard about an ogre who possessed countless treasures. With a band of 100 like-minded companions, he made his way to the monster's abode. There they discovered heaps of gold and silver. The thieves filled their bags with loot and set off on their way back. On their return journey, they suddenly encountered that very ogre, who captured them all. The monster devoured the captives one by one. When it was our hero's turn, he pretended to be a healer and promised to cure the ogre's eyes. The ogre agreed, and the thief brewed a boiling poisonous mixture of oil, sulfur, and acid. He poured the liquid all over the ogre's head, completely blinding him. The ogre roared in fury and started grabbing everything around him. Finally, the thief donned a sheepskin and crawled outside, blending in with the sheep. Then he looked back at the ogre's house and began boasting about his escape. "Take this as a reward," said the ogre, and threw a ring to the thief. The thief put it on his finger. The ring immediately cried out, "I'm here, I'm here!" The thief couldn't remove the ring. The blinded ogre was closing in. The thief had only one option to save himself. He cut off his finger. John of Altus Silva, Dolopathos, 12th century. I hope I didn't miss anything on the last area. No, I'm afraid that I did. Is there any markings? Oh, there it is. Okay, so it was like how it was shown. I don't know why the lion ended up thrown on the middle of the floor. Oh, hi guys. Are those?
Зачем ты его разбудил? 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 Зачем ты его разбудил?
How is this my fault?
Зачем ты его разбудил? Зачем ты его разбудил? Зачем ты его разбудил? Зачем ты его разбудил?
Ah. Well, you know.
Господи Иисусе!
If you wanna go through the underworld, you kinda have to go through
Заклинило.
the effort of, you know, dying.
Где это я? Господи, как выбраться отсюда?
That's what I'm wondering.
Ах, зараза! Господи, что за запах?
Oh, hi, ma'am. Well, I appreciate that she's leaving us out. Like, we wouldn't have gotten out of this situation without her. And I appreciate that.
Ох ты, черт! Сила нечистая.
That looked like a big foe. The golden thread. We had come here of my own will or was destiny. My golden thread was glinting with a myriad of sparks, drizzling as it measured out my fate. Those corpses I followed had threads of their own, and they walked the same path. The golden thread was blindingly bright. Excuse me, I guess I'm a little sleepy. Chaining me in place. I couldn't break its hold to enter the temple of the goddess. I needed to escape those chains somehow. Buried and born anew. There's something there. There we go. When in doubt, just burn shit up.
Расческа? Нет, сейчас не до этого.
Well, I'm sure everything will be just fine. Threads of life. Okay. Foo foo foo. Never have I smelled a Russian spirit, never have I seen one here before. Foul Russian bones. What's this inside my temple? What is that foul smell? It's like the living fear, the smell of the dead. So do the dead recognize the living by their smell. Ah, really? You're gonna be rude because I'm Russian? Like, it's not like I'm French. Okay. Skulls. One skull. One skull. 3 skulls. 4. 7 skulls. 1137 then.
Новое предание.
Likho. Well. There lived a man who knew no evil, but he often heard of misfortune and evil spoken of, so he decided to set out in search of it, no matter the cost. He took his bag on his shoulders and went. What do you want? I want evil, that's what I'm looking for. Evil is here. So he walked, and he saw an iron castle beside a wood, surrounded by a palisade of human bones tipped with skulls. He came up to the castle. He entered the upper room, and there was a huge corpulent giant who lay with his head on the pocket. A pocket is the area below the icon corner where religious icons are displayed in the home. Thank you. And his feet on the stove. The bed under him was made of human bones. Likho it was, with Slidny, Woes, and Serba care sitting around him. Likho gave the man a human head, entreating him to eat, but Likho himself was blind. The guest took the head and put it under the bench. Sup well? Likho asked. Well enough. Where art thou, O weary head? Under the bench. The guest was seized with hot and cold chills. Eat it, good man. You'll be tastier for me this way. He took the head and hid it in his bosom. But Likho asked, Where art thou, O weary head? Near the stomach. So he ate it then. Likho thought. Now it's your turn. The guest took his chance and ran away. The iron door creaked. Likho heard the noise and screamed, Get him now! But he had already passed out the doors. Only he lost his right hand, on which the door slammed, whereupon he exclaimed, Here's misfortune sure enough. Panisyev en Narodnye Skaski. Russian Fairy Tales, Volume 3, Nauka, Moscow, 1985. Well, that doesn't bode exactly super cool for us, I fear.
Пустая башня. Игрушка какая-то. Мне ни к чему.
miniature house for some reason.
Здесь что, дети были?
The imprisoned children. I traveled on among a flock of shadows. I was starting to grasp the ancient rite, but I still wasn't ready to comprehend its majestic fullness. Before entering the dark forest, everyone had to undergo certain preparations. I saw shades imprisoned, put into dungeons and towers where no sunlight could reach. Without light, the mind is filled with the shadows of one's forefathers, merged into strange chimeras. Each was unique, but similar in form, all with the heads of animals. The chimeras led the way, they are the helpers. I saw mine, and I followed it. Now, hi, bro. Do you need something? Anything else here that I might need? Oh, the three heads. Okay, that makes sense. Do you have to interrupt me when I'm trying to walk?
Сила бесовская.
Yeah, the hanging bodies I don't trust.
Я вас не трогаю, так что помогайте. Опять вы.
Well, I guess we are looking for a thread. Although when it said that, I wasn't expecting it to be so literal. Oh.
Путь ведет к пещере с прялками.
Yeah, and I can't go further than that. I guess it's good of me. Oh, what I've done.
Кузнец! Это ты! Скорее, кузнец! Нужна помощь! Скорее!
Портной, ты как?
Открывай эти чертовы ворота!
Дай, заклинило.
Тихо! Я слышу его!
Yeah, that That's It's not good.
Господи правый. О, Господи Иисусе! Паутина проклятая!
Головка-мотовка! Головка-мотовка! Ты его разбудил. Но чтобы выбраться, нужно спуститься еще ниже. За океаном лежит самое сердце Тридесятого царства. Добираться туда надо сквозь чрево мертвеца. Смелее, кузнец. Схорони меня в колодец, а потом следуй за мной. Следуй за мной. За мной!
Okay, I suppose. Wait. Belly of the Dead Man.
Что?
Мой путь окончен. Зря я пошел по твоим стопам. Мне не воскреснуть. Но ты еще можешь. Кто ступил в темный лес, не уйдет прежним. Выдержи его испытания. Реши загадки. Пройди сквозь чрево мертвеца. Умри и сам воскресни. И принеси огонь в мир живых. Но готов ли ты к великой жертве?
Ты как так вырос? Как говоришь-то вообще? Тебя ж лихо сожрало.
Мы уже давно по ту сторону. За порогом избы все не так, как ты привык. Сам убедишься. Я приведу тебя в храм. В нем ты найдешь врата к огненной реке.
Couldn't you have given me a boat? Well, I guess it did say, you know, something, belly of an old man, of a dead man. The devouring is not enough to reach the land of the dead and pass the trials. We need a special magical power. We had to grasp the knowledge we had gained in the faraway Thardom and try not to lose it along the way. That is why all the shades had to go through the belly of the dead man on their way to the underground house of the mistress. That is how they became one with their helpers and were able to retain that magic even when they were back in the land of the living. Oh god, excuse me. Even when they were back in the land of the living. I was following the path of the original rite. Great. I'm gonna have to visit the small intestine, aren't we? And the large intestine. It is 3121.
Посмотрим, что тут.
The old strong man. Once there were 60 of us bandits. One day we were riding across the steppe. Suddenly it was pouring rain. On a hill we saw a huge horse skull. We all rode into the skull and took shelter in it. I was at the very edge, at the entrance, because I was the weakest of all. Suddenly, I saw a giant galloping across the steppe on a red horse. As he galloped, he grabbed heels and tossed them up. When he was close, I jumped out of the skull, got on my horse, and galloped away. At the same time, the giant grabbed the heel with the huge skull and threw it up to the sky along with my bandit friends. They all died. I ran my horse as fast as I could, but the giant reached out his hand, took me, put me on an iron spit, built a fire, and hung me up to roast. Then he fell asleep. I jumped off the spit. The giant's red horse neighed. But he woke only for a moment and went back to sleep. The horse neighed again. So sorry, it's one of those words for me. The giant shouted, "Why are you neighing and disturbing my sleep?" He struck him with his whip and fell asleep again. Then I took the red hot spit from the fire and plunged it into the giant's heart. Excuse me. He jumped up and cried out, "Where is my leopard running through the mountains? Where is my golden eagle soaring in the sky? Where is my whale swimming in the sea?" And he fell down dead. A golden eagle came at me from the sky. It snatched a piece of meat off me and started pecking at it. A leopard came from somewhere and pounced on the meat too. The golden eagle threw the rest of it into the sea. A whale grabbed this piece. Meanwhile, I had a chance to hide and survived. I've been living here since then. Pathogen MG, Menolovansaya, Devushka, Kalmitis, Knayodiv, Skasti. Copper Hair Girl, Kalmic Fairy Tales, Nauka, Moscow, 1964. It's all stories of giants killed by mortal men. The guide. Among the spirit helpers, there was one who stood apart, not in appearance, but in the sheer might of magic drawn from his master. This was the helper who guided all through the between worlds. He was the one who aided them through the trials. It was he who could weave the threads of life into a living fleece, the cloak that would offer a way out of here, back to the land of the living. Well, this is imposing. Oh, that was definitely a loading screen. Faraway Stardom.
Запустение.
Oblivion. The shades of my fellow travelers worshipped the goddess. I saw them coming to the temple from all over the world, from every corner of the land of the living, and from every age. Almost every age. So no one else like me, I realized the temple on the right had been forgotten. The north wind and the ice had locked up the ancient sanctum. No one remembered the mistress of the animals, and she had changed along with the temple. The magnificent eye of the ogress had become hazy. Desperation gave way to lethargy, and then to madness. I would have to undertake the trials. Would I be able to travel the path? I don't know.
Портной.
Это ты, кузнец?
Слушай, что-то пошевелиться не могу.
Портной, оно тебя схватило. Убрало до головы.
Ну-ка, погодь. Так, святые кудель, где мои ноги? Где руки?
Тише. Глядишь, подлечим тебя и...
Подлечим? Подлечим? Что тут лечить-то? Боже! Как я теперь? Голодно как-то. Гляди, вон там паук спрятался. Тащи его сюда.
А что ты с ним...
Да так, погляжу. Давай, что тебе? Потом мы поговорим.
Даже опора порушилась.
Вон он, прямо передо мной, в той норе.
I know, I'm just checking other stuff.
Надо его выманить. Вон он, вон он. Вон он бежит.
Господи Иисусе!
Agreed. Okay.
Что? Как?
Ты глянь, глянь. Ишь, понесли, родимые.
Ох, паучьи ноги отросли.
Теперь заживем. А то все щеки охромину поотбил.
Знаешь, что это за храм-церквушка?
Бес ее знает. Заброшена, разукрашена странно.
А на алтарь-то гляди, ишь.
Я думаю, это загробный мир.
Да ну, быть не может.
Видишь тот рычаг?
Попытаемся. Вон тут лаз есть паучий. Будто всю жизнь жуком бегал. Пауки тоже своего рода портные. Руки помнят, так сказать. Ух ты, черт! Ну вот, рычаг отвалился. Если что, это была твоя придумка.
Не рычаг, посох. Тяжелый, зараза.
Это трапезный называется. У меня дед дьяком был. Перекусить хочешь?
Может, и стоит подкрепиться.
Ну, как от снега откопать. Куда выход из сна? Похоже, заперто. Вот и западные врата. За ними путь домой. Только примерзло все.
А если вдарить чем по этому льду?
Нет, гляди его сколько. Вовек не доберемся. Погоди-ка. Есть одна мысль.
Right, I was
Мы
gonna check
можем
stuff.
растопить огненную реку. Пойдем. Ого! А это что? Гляди-ка, железные сапоги.
Это на чью ногу-то такое?
You just let me investigate all this stuff for a second.
Храм промерз. Но, думаю, мы еще сможем выбраться. Под ним среди корней вековечного дерева течет огненная река. Как ее растопим, растает и выход из храма.
Iron bread.
Портной, а ты знаешь, что это все откуда?
Да как же? А и действительно, откуда? Вот этого не знаю.
Faraway Stardom. I found myself in the faraway Stardom, the land of the dead. But could it have been otherwise, after all I've been through? I learned the ancient rite and found my helping spirits. They contained my power and I held power over them. I looked back and remember how difficult it had been to reach the temple. I had been buried on the island of the dead, my golden thread severed, and passed through the valley of the dead man. That had been only the beginning, and there were new trials ahead.
Ладная ковка.
Five, 3, 2, 2. Oh, 4. Nice. 3, 2, 0, 2, maybe? Oh, 3, 0, 2, 3. Nope. Apples in bowls. Oh, literally in the bowls. Okay, then 5, 0, 2, 2. Okay. But it says in bowls. It's empty. And pretty sure that's 5. That one is not on a bowl. Am I stupid? I might be stupid. Oh, maybe it's like combined. So it's like 8, 4, 8. Okay, yeah, it was combined on
Ага, еще одна сказка.
the dog heads. One girl went to Kiev to pray to God, so she had to walk through a very thick and dark ravine. It went on for ages, then she saw two people riding. When they got closer, the girl noticed they were no people but dog-headed men, and they had one eye each in the middle of their foreheads above their noses. She was scared. The dog-head asked her, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to pray to God. You better come and serve us." The girl refused, so he took her by force and brought her to a dugout in the forest. They took her on the ground and went down for a long time. The floor was covered with blood and bones everywhere, and in the middle of the dugout was a lion on a chain snapping his jaws. They brought the girl into a room. There were cages made of stakes in one corner with people crowded inside and peering through the stakes. There was a stove in the other corner, and an old grandfather, also dog-headed, was sitting by the stove warming up cauldrons of boiling water. All around the cages were candy wrappers and nutshells. The dogheads fed the people candies and nuts to fatten them up. The two dogheads left the girl with the grandfather and left again. Before leaving, they ordered the grandfather to pour boiling water over the girl, but she'd overheard them. The grandfather put down a plate for the girl, and she started eating. She ate to the bottom of the plate where she saw a man's hand lying there, so she threw the spoon. So she threw her spoon away. She noticed the water was boiling and said to the grandfather, "Let me take the cauldrons out of the stove. You're old and may not be able to handle it." For a long time, the grandfather refused to let her take them out, but he finally relented. The girl took out one cauldron and poured it on the grandfather, and then another one. So he was cooked on the spot. Then the people who were sitting silently in the cages rejoiced and said, "Well, let us out too, and we shall flee." The girl released them, and they began coming out of the dugout. The lion rushed at them, but they each threw him a piece of meat. He ate the meat, and the people went out unharmed. So they ran. They came across a stump by the road. The woman and girls each took off a piece of clothing, a skirt, a corset, beads, a shawl, and dressed it up as a girl, and then ran away. They ran out of the forest and went to Kiev on a pilgrimage, but the dogheads were coming back with more people they caught. They saw a girl dressed up, came up to her, and realized it was a tree stump. The dogheads then took the clothes and drove the people to the dugout, saying to one another, "We need to go back again and look for whoever left those clothes in the forest." There was someone there, no doubt. When they arrived and entered the dugout, they saw the grandfather scalded with boiling water and the empty cages. Then they gave chase. They searched and searched but found no one. Believe it or not, but that was the truth. Dagomarov, MP, Malorsky, Narodinia, Pedaninia. Little Russia Folkless, Fritz MP, Typography, Kiev, 1896. I apologize for my butchering of the Russian language.
Здесь нужны какие-то предметы. Идет куда-то с посохом. У него хлеб в руках. Путешественник. Ишь ты, в сапогах ходит. Глаз выжжен.
Достань. You know I wasn't expecting that to happen. Hence, I need your stuff.
Сколько ж это тут все стоит забытое?
Вот эту дверь не сковала льдом. Но до нее не доберемся, пока не расчистим снег. Нужно его как-то растопить.
Может, разобьешь сосульки?
По-твоему, там проход тайный, как за водопадом?
Сможешь ту утварь столкнуть?
Нет, не дотянуться.
Сможешь ту церковную утварь скинуть?
Так, погоди-ка. По камням, потом здесь, по доскам. Скажи, как отойдешь в сторонку, чтоб не зашибло.
I should be safe around here.
Ох, жуткие иконы.
Ну, берегись! Ну вот, путь открыт. Видишь углубление в виде солнца? Вставляй туда печать. Вставляй печать в дверь.
Окей.
Она и откроется.
Орла выкармливают.
Ага, неплохо, кузнец. Теперь пойдем к корням храма. Видишь, у всех икон образа повыдраны. Дикость какая. Видишь, какие корни?
От какого-то дерева могучего.
Да, дерево непростое. У его корней текла огненная река.
Что ты заладил? Река да река. Что за река вообще?
Смородинка, пучай река, как только не называют. Смрадная, огнем горит. Она растопит храм, если разгорится. А как из храма выйдем, так по мостку и дома почти.
Что? Ого, ой.
Сила бесовская! Кажется, я его слышу! Прячься!
Господи правый!
Damn. Okay.
Надо найти другую дорогу.
Signs of death. We came to the land of the dead, and we could not return the same. I knew that one had to surrender something to pass, but what would it be, and would I be able to give it? The shades whose path I followed were prepared. Each knew the price the faraway Sardom would exact from them, and for each the toll was unique. I saw lacerations, I observed severed fingers, I was shown mutilations and other signs of the land of the dead. The part would be revealed when a great sacrifice was made. Mistress of the animals. Well then. Okay, we have to sacrifice a hand, it seems. Which makes sense. As Smith sacrifices his hand, he cannot be a smith anymore. Oh, is that why the why the jailer would lose his entire body? Hmm. Hmm. Maybe. Okay, it's not that. Hmm. Wait, what time is it? I haven't checked. I should probably go get my coffee right now. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get myself my coffee. Uh, and then I'll try to figure that out and we'll continue. So, I'll be back in a sec. Alright, you are back. Sorry for the wait. Okay, I thought that maybe I had to sneeze. I might need to. Hmm? Oh, wait. Are there more of those? That's lion, that's the last one. Oh. Are there more? No. There seem to be only here. One, two, three, four, five. Oh, the lion. Three. Three of the lion. One, two, three of the bird. The bird is three. Guessing that's human. That's three as well. There's one, two, three, four, five. Then one, two, three. Another three, it seems. Four. Oh, there must be one that I didn't see.
Не буду оставлять.
Pinin Visag. There were 11 of us brothers. Once we were traveling in a faraway land. As we walked, we stumbled upon a one-eyed Nard. Nard, one of a group of mythical deities and heroes figuring in the Nard sagas of the North Caucasus. He grabbed us all in his fists and threw us into his tobacco pouch. Back in his home, he took 10 of my brothers out from the bag and started gnawing on them as if they were nuts. He took me out as well, twirled me between his fingers, stared at me for a good while, and then put me on the doorpost saying I was too thin, and he went and lay down on his bed. As he often did, he stroked the back of a goat that pranced before his bed, calling it Daddy Goat. Daddy means father or grandfather. Yeah, that makes sense. Soon he fell asleep. I slaughtered the goat and put on his skin. I took a huge rock and gouged out the Nard's eyes with it. I fell to all fours and started bleeding and running in circles around him. Nard jumped up and said twice, "Daddy Goat, don't let him out." Then he patted me with his giant hand and accidentally moved a huge rock that was covering the exit. I sneaked out through the crack. I crossed through 2 or 3 mountains and yells. "It was I, the Daddy God, who blinded you." The Nard took a rock that had covered the opening of his cave and threw it after me. Mosakov, Ahmed, Saksi, E. Legendi, Ingushe, E. Chekchesev. Tales and Legends of Ingush and Chechen People. Nauka, Moscow, 1983.
Спичками не получится. Надо что-то другое.
Oh. No way. Really, bro? Do you have to do that?
Серп. Ай, нет, не отцепить. Какой-то замок. Крепко держит. Эх, нет, не открыть. Перерубить бы его.
Тихо.
Портной, как ты?
Потом. Выход за той запертой дверью. Видишь этот серп? Им замок на выходе можно перерубить.
Его эти проклятые веревки держат. Нужно их спалить к чертям.
Открою решетки. Поищи там, что горючее. Ага, вижу рычаг. Сейчас. Оно здесь. Прячься.
Эту веревку сжег. Еще одна веревка.
Dang it.
Еще одна веревка. Эту веревку сжег.
Выходи. нужен им. Знаю, ты здесь. Знаю, ты здесь. Кузнец молодец.
Этим отцеплю те замки.
Кузнец молодец.
Madame, I'm just trying to live my best life.
Господи правый!
Кузнец, ты как?
I died.
Портной!
Живой? Давай, пойдем. Вот они, застывшие корни мирового древа.
Родинка.
Нам к тем корням. Под ними течет огненная река. Если сможем ее растопить, тогда и храм растает. Не зря спички взял, как считаешь?
Тогда и выберемся отсюда, так?
Посмотрим. Но, думаю, у лиха еще найдутся для тебя испытания.
I don't like that. The World Tree. With its white spots and a mighty trunk, the World Tree stood between the faraway stardom and the land of the living. Its roots clawed deep into the abode of the dead, while its bark offered a means of escape from the temple. I looked to the mighty tree, and desperation crept over me as I saw the ruthless frost covering it in ice. Leaves were raining down, the ground roaring and shaking beneath my soles. Cold gripped my heart. Will the ice close off the path between the worlds, I wondered.
Огненную реку сможем растопить вон там, куда лестница ведет. Или можем сначала здесь осмотреться.
I wanna check this.
Шли прочь, кыш! Друзья по артели, так сказать.
1, 2, 3, 6, 2. There's another. And around here. So. Oh, 2. Okay, so that's 4, 3, 6, 1.
Скоро заполню книгу.
If I didn't miss anything. The blinding of one-eyed Yaga. Like Baba Yaga? Once upon a time, there lived an old man and his old wife. They had a son, Ivan. He went to pick mushrooms in the forest and got lost. There was a hut. So he said, "Oh, a hut on chicken legs. Oh god, it is Baba Yaga. Turn your eyes to the forest hut. Turn your front to me." So he went into the hut. Inside were many sheep, and it was warm. In he went and lay down by the stove. Then Baba Yaga came in on bunny legs, and she said, "Bah! No Russian smell has ever been smelled here before. I smell it now." She said, "Who is it?" Ivan is the name. "What do you want? What do you do?" "I work and I forge." She said, "I've a crooked eye, so make me a new one." He got up from the stove and tied her up with a rope, and he burned her good eye instead. So she started swearing, "I'm not letting you out, you heretic." Then she sat on the threshold to guard it. "This will be the end of you." In the morning, she began to let the sheep out of the hut to feed them. He sat, and then he noticed their fur coat hanging on a pin. He turned the coat inside out and donned it. He started running like a sheep. She grabbed him by the wool and threw him out of the hut. He escaped, threw off the fur coat, and went home. Baba Yaga sat on the threshold, and then she said, "Now you're hungry and lost, and I won't let you out." She started looking for him in the hut. She searched and searched, but couldn't find him. She went down and found the coat underfoot. She said, "The fool escaped. I must have thrown him out instead of a sheep, methinks." This is the end. Nikiforov, AI, Severovsky, Chkashkivi, Savishkyak, AI, Nikiforova. Tales of the Russian North, given by AI Nikiforov. USSR, Academy of Sciences Publishing House, Moscow, Leningrad, 1961.
Тот серп, которым ты замок разрубил, он непростой. Что-то я про него слышал, да не упомню, что именно. Не потеряй. Чувствую, он еще пригодится. Это твой ключ к тому, чтобы сбежать от лиха. Гляди вниз. У нас под ногами замерзшая огненная река. В ней какие-то идолы вмерзли или что там. Сможешь поджечь их? Ага, гори! Гори, ясно! Сюда!
Trials. I don't like trials.
Снова храм. Гляди, все оттаяло.
Ага. Надеюсь, церквушка устоит безо льда.
А это что за ворота?
Храм и вправду изменился. Ой, лихо нас так просто не отпустит.
Камень расколот.
Three-eyed and one-eyed sisters were in the tale. The first sister was shrouded in a spider's veil. Close to her was a flame held tight between sister and sheep. Burns the firelight.
Жутко как-то.
The first sister was shrouded in a spider's veil. Close to her was between sister and sheep burns the firelight.
каково оно, лихо.
She was afraid at the sign of a beard. The second sister ran from the fire in fear, in a corner hid away, fleeing far from sister's gaze. Oh. An ancient rite. I strain to hear the whispering of the shades, the black triacle of my predecessors' ancient secrets. Everything was connected to this rite. Forgotten, sealed away behind half-truths and hints. I was starting to comprehend. Was this temple the one from all the tales? I wanted to get to the bottom of this rite and spread the word about it to every corner of the world. I reached the land of the dead through the dark forest. She's tested me now, but this is not the end. I need the words of the ancient incantation. I need to taste the godly sustenance. The mistress of the animals must close her eye, so her stare can't burn away the new threads of life. I had to escape and make the great sacrifice. Only then would I be able to live again. Yeah, I feel like we're gonna have to lose one hand.
Смотри, тут круги на вратах того же размера, что и та печать с солнцем.
Three eyed sister and one-eyed sister were in the tale. The first sister was shrouded in a spider's veil. Close to her was flame held tight between sister and sheep burns the firelight. Wise. 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 I'm so smart.
Печать от двери. Oh well, I might need it actually. Люди верхом на быке.
Посмотрим, что осталось от этого храма. Хотел бы я на него посмотреть, до того, как его льдом заморозило.
Не-а, не подходит.
Oh, it doesn't. Well, I guess in that case we can leave it back.
Бес его знает, куда раньше вели эти двери. Может, во владении тех зверей с резьбы. Поди узнай. Вот она, огненная река. Через нее можно перебраться только по мосту, что перед храмом. По камням не перескочишь.
The connection between worlds. Imprisoned in the merciless ice and snow. The temple was growing dark. I felt the old memories of gleaming gold slipping away, replaced by the overgrown iron of the present. But the iron was rusting, just as the gold had faded and the ancient murals crumbled to dust. But why? Was all this really beyond the power of the timeless faraway stardom to withstand? No, that wasn't it. I realized that this ice of oblivion was to blame for destroying the entire world, from the roots up to the very last leaf of the world tree.
Ты пока осмотрись. Я тут подожду.
Свечи за решеткой. Так не пойдет. Паутина. Образа святые. Железные обломки. Овечий череп. Кирпичи. Нет, не вытащить.
Думаю, смогу до нее добраться по трубам. Я помогу, но нужно открыть вход. Кажется, эту решетку можно сдвинуть. Ну, попробуем достать печать. Так куда мне направиться?
Справа лежит овечий череп.
Понял. Что дальше?
Справа в печи железо навалено.
Хорошо. Опять тупик. Вернусь к выходу.
Oh, okay.
Что дальше?
There
В
it goes.
трубе снизу вижу несколько образов.
Понял. Куда прикажешь?
Вижу кирпичи в трубе.
Конечно, мигом.
Then...
Тут не проползти. Кирпичами забито.
Oh,
Возвращаюсь. Куда прикажешь?
В сторону паутины.
Вижу. Отсюда только один путь. Чувствую верный. Встретимся у печати.
Отлично. Хватай печать и возвращайся.
С радостью. Давно пора.
Добрая работа. Спасибо, портной.
Обращайся.
where's the...
Вот и еще одна печать у нас. Так, глядишь, и отворим те ворота.
Goes up. Silent. Can I close these doors? I don't like them being so, open.
Лев сторожит ворота какие-то.
Четвертая печать должна быть здесь.
А можешь достать вон ту штуковину?
Кусок иконы. Конечно, конечно. Тьфу, держи.
Is there another one? Oh, I hope I didn't miss another one.
Ох, жуткие иконы.
Actually, well, kind of late for that. Hello.
Думаю, это самая старая часть храма. Гляди, какие узоры на стенах.
Чудные ворота. А это что за львы?
Один безмордый какой-то.
Yeah, I've noticed.
Старинная роспись каких-то древних людей.
That's head. I saw a flock of helpers following the shades. Some were various animals, some dead people of ages past. Gives me taking a chance to drink my coffee. Shades buried the restless dead, and I beheld countless graves, but this burial was a great blessing, for the second way to the temple was as broad as the first, so the dead followed after their undertakers. A thankful corpse makes for a loyal and mighty helper. Okay.
На статую морда какая-то. Похожа на львиную. Гляди, у той скульптуры голова львиная. Достанешь?
Хорошо, жди тут. Держи. Теперь нужно найти, чья это голова на самом деле. Ишь, звезд, ну ты как?
I wouldn't call those stars.
Вот и последнюю печать отыскали.
Пора отворить те ворота.
I kind of feel I might have missed those items. Let me check. Like if I'll feel bad if I didn't get them. Okay, so they're all in this area. I'm just dumb. So let's do that before we leave. Apparently I have to burn this.
Это от образа кусок.
I guess that's what it wants, like, it allowed me to look closer, also.
Хм.
7, 9, and then... Let me check where the last one is. Okay. Icon laying in the shadow.
От
Oh,
иконы кусок.
well, I'm lying. I wouldn't have seen it, to be honest. 3179. 9. Is that not 3? Eight? Well, oh wait, maybe one is fast. Maybe one is fast. Stupid. Okay, so it's not 3. So it's 8. Okay.
Сколько ж лет этой книге?
Even third again. And so she came and said, "Well, you tricked Smeg Gorinich. You tricked me, the fierce snake maiden. If you ride by, go to see Grandpa Crook Bogatir. Say I send my regards." Okay, I'll go see him. And he arrived at that place, left the ship, and went to see the Crooked Bogatir. The Crooked Bogatir was having lunch, a whole roasted bull and a cauldron of water in front of him. That's a lot of bull. Like, the whole bull. Like, there's a reason why people don't usually eat bull. It's actually kind of hard, like the meat is a lot harder. Just saying. Hello, Grandpa Crooked Bogatir. Oh, Ivan Tertzigin. How are you here? Where has God brought you? I came to visit you. The first snake maiden sends her regards. She says her father had a gluttonous cow. She would eat a haystack and drink a vat of water all at once. You're too young, Ivan Tertzigin, to laugh at me like that. Forgive me, Grandpa Crooked Bogatir, for I was joking. Well, never mind, sit down to lunch with me. So he sat and ate, for he couldn't refuse. He realized he was in a pickle. There was no escape. I reckon, Grandpa, you want to see with both of your eyes. I certainly do. It would be better to see with both of them. I can cure you. You'll see with both of your eyes soon. Do you have any tin? Why, sure I do. Ivan Tertzigin melted the tin. I need to tin you to the stake now. So he tied him to a stake in the middle of the yard. Turn around now. The crooked Bogatir turned around, and the ties broke. This won't do. You should be tied with straps of old walrus hide. Do you happen to have some? He found them. Ivan tied him up and told him to turn around. The old man turned around, the straps held tight. Ivan took the tin, melted it, and poured it into his good eye. Ah, Ivan Tertzigin, you deceived me, but no, you won't go. Hold the doors, keep the gates, and mind the fences. Ivan Tertzigin tried and realized there was no way to go. The old man had some sheep, so Ivan went to them and tied himself up under the belly of a ram. The crooked Bogatir walked around looking for Ivan Tertzigin, but he couldn't find him anywhere, so the crooked one cried out, "Oh, my lamb, come here." The sheep came up to him one by one, and he would stroke them. Then Ivan pinched his ram on the side so it butted the Bogatir with its horns. "You're playing tricks on me, ram," and the ram went in circles. The crooked Bogatir got angry, took it by the horns, and threw it over the fence into the street. Slightly hurt, Ivan Tertzigin untied himself, lay still for a while, got up, and said, "Well, goodbye, Grandpa Crooked Bogatir." "Ah, you tricked Smaid Gorinich. You tricked the fierce snake maiden. Now you've tricked me, the crooked Bogatir, as well. If you go through the forest, there's a saber there. Take it. It will do you good." Ivan Tertzigin came to the forest and saw the saber swaying in a tree. He thought, something might happen if I take it. Obviously. He touched it with his little finger, and Grandpa Crooked Bogatir shouted, "Hold him in place." His finger was firmly stuck. Ivan Tertzigin took out a knife and cut off his finger. Okay, so all of the tales consistently have been giants, like just giants, one-eyed giants specifically, like Cyclops, and cutting off a hand or a finger to save yourself. It's consistently been that. Like the writings on the wall, we're gonna cut our own hand. Just saying, I'm expecting it. It kind of makes sense, also, for a smith to sacrifice a hand. But the Dovinikov, Dian, Skarsky, Pradanya, Samarkovskogo, Kraya. Tales and Legends of Samara Region, Printing House of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, St. Petersburg, 1884. But that's a lot of it. I didn't. I guess I never realized that there were so many stories of people fucking around with giants, and especially Cyclops. Let's see. Actually, I'd rather read them first. Okay, yes, it's this one. Oh? Oh, I didn't take it out of the thing. I'm dumb. Okay, now when I put on the seal, I am going to ask the likho to not do me a jump scare and try to follow me around, so I have like a running sequence in which I have to escape from her again. Because that was tricky. Oh my fucking god. Why did I just ask? Taylor Spider friend, what is it? What would this happen to me? Okay, fine.
Сюда! Скорей!
Ой, да твою же...
За эту дверь! Скорее! Это его не задержит!
Yeah, I know.
О, сокровища!
Не до этого!
Быстрее! Открывай решетку!
Yeah, I'm looking a way to open it. He's all. He's blind.
Мать! Лихо близко! Прячься!
Да погоди! Ой, черт!
Come on, bitch, you're blind. You can't say that you got me, I'm not here. What the fuck do I do now? No, seriously, like... What the fuck do I do now? Like, I can't enter that hole. I'm not a spider. And my spider friend has abandoned me. But she's right there. I am not moving until I feel I'm safe. I'm not. I don't care. I am not moving until I feel I am safe. I can't believe my fucking spider friend abandoned me. Oh great, now I can't see her ass. Oh god, she's there. How is that so far away? Bro. See?
Надо найти другую дорогу.
Yeah, I know, bro. And I can't throw it from here. Seriously? Am I just supposed to jump in front of her? To die? Like a nerd? Okay, let's think. What other options do I have? Except, you know, just putting myself in danger? I guess none. Okay, fine. But I'm not gonna like it. Oh! Okay, wrong direction. Oh! What? Oh, okay. I know that I can hold shift to run. I just didn't know what I was doing. Oh, god.
Ну как ты?
Ох, не спрашивай.
Пока что оно в заперти. Пойдем, проверим выход из храма.
You
Я видел,
abandoned
как
me.
оно запирало дверь.
Ничего, придумаем что-нибудь. Для начала осмотрим двери.
You abandoned me, you piece of shit. You know how scared I was? I died like 3 times because I was being stupid.
Похоже, с той стороны мешает что-то. Запах.
That doesn't look good. The trials. There were trials ahead. The mistress of the animals only gave gifts to those who were worthy. I saw spirits who had passed her trials and gone back changed to the land of the living. I saw others fail. The goddess transformed those poor souls into dead sheep and left them to roam forever under the magnificent arches of her temple in the faraway Sardom. You know, could have done something else. Like just the sheep was enough, they didn't have to be dead.
Отблески пламени.
Yeah, that's from the river of fire.
Пойдем, осмотрим выход для начала. Эту дверь я тебе и потом открыть смогу в случае чего.
Okay, bro.
Ишь ты, пол как проломила.
That's what she said.
Похоже на те статуи с острова. Думаю, стоит расспросить портного.
Cool. I decided to go through the trials, even though I feared what awaited after. They were everywhere, and the temple was full of riddles. I followed the shadows and searched for answers among the gold and murals of the sanctum. Precious gold, bright yellow, sparkly, blinding, now dull and frozen in eyes. The flesh of the world of the dead, so whisper my fellow travelers. Everything golden is connected to the faraway Sardom. Didn't the metal originate here, and isn't it from here that otherworldly forces block it? I mean, I wouldn't know.
Опять эти звери. Давай их рассмотрим как следует за столом. Но сначала стоит проверить выход из храма. Вдруг лихо не запирала замок, а наоборот открыла.
Ага, и гостинцев в дорогу собрала.
В трапезной и так этого добра вдоволь.
Овчар какой-то. Он овец стрижет.
Вот и врата. Открыть можешь?
That's a literal eye.
Глаз смотрит. Нет. Крепкая дверь. От лиха проклятая. На 3 замка затворила.
Крест, луна, солнце. Медный, серебряный, золотой. Ключи, стало быть, такие же нужны. Думаю, в храме должны быть запасные. Или погоди, может, сковать их? Ты ж кузнец.
Для этого форма нужна. Сделаю, если отыщем.
Тогда за дело.
Oh, yeah, but like, aren't we gonna talk about the giant eye that is looking at us? And, you know, moves along with us? Okay. No. Sure. God forbid.
Что эти ключи искать? Может, просто с колокольни спрыгнешь? Тоже выход. Вроде и окна не заколочены.
Oh, shut up.
Как я выберусь со сломанной шеей?
Ну, как тебе сказать? Есть один вариант. Можно и вовсе без нее.
Another one.
Пьют из этого, что ли? Может, портной знает? Спрошу в трапезной.
Этому кубку место в трапезной. Как там будем, обсудим.
Fine. I do not know what that was for, but it was pretty.
Будь я лихом, я б тут ключи припрятал.
Это почему?
Место надежное. Ты у себя в кузнице давно на крыше бывал? Вот то-то.
Yeah, he has a point.
Здесь не пройти.
Погляди. Красота. Вот тот лес темный. Тут огненная река. Там дерево какое-то. А луна-то...
The moon where? See a lot of sky but no moon, bro. The incantation. All those who follow the path of the right knew the secret words. They had learned them by heart on starry nights, whispering to themselves, passing them down to their children in the darkness. I heard and remembered the words. Now I knew the ancient magic too. Behold the eye of the Lord, you have guests. I don't suppose I can get to that other not from here, huh?
Век глядел бы, глаз не спущал.
Ah man, I almost thought the game was gonna let me jump.
Пойдем вправо. Глянем, что там за разрушенный купол.
Seriously, the how? Oh, okay, from this side. Oh, this box. 2151.
Интересно, что в этой будет.
The dog head. A Muscovite was on his way home from military service. He found himself in the hut of a dog-headed man, but the dog-head was not at home. He was out tending to his sheep. The Muscovite ate his fill and hid in the hut. The dog-head soon drove the sheep back. He drove them into the yard and then went into the hut. As soon as he entered, he sensed that someone was in and started looking. He found him and said, "Well, now I'm going to eat you." But the Muscovite said, "Don't eat me, I'll give you your other eye, since you only have one." The dog-head said, "All right, put it in, and you'll be good." So the Muscovite took an iron rod and heated it. Then he blinded the dog-head's good eye. It's always... consistently, all of the stories are about either the creature is already blind or only has one eye and you end up blinding it, or has both eyes but you also end up blinding it anyway. And it's always sheep or rams or ewes, like it's some kind of that creature consistently. The dog-head began shouting and searching for him, but the Muscovite sneaked out into the yard and clung to the belly of one of the rams. The dog-head started letting the sheep out of the yard. He stood at the gate and felt each sheep by hand. So he was touching them and saying, "Not this one, not here." As soon as they were out, the Muscovite released the sheep and cried, "You can't get me!" And he ran away home. Yesterday, Venrin materially for ethnography, Novosikova, Kraya, Soranieva, Elizabeth, Grandskon, I Alexandra Vaskom, Vestak, Hersonkoi, Vivani, Ian Jastrovovin. Ethnographic materials of the Novorossiysk region collected in the Elizabethgrad and Alexandria districts of the Kherson province by V. N. Yastrobov. Chronicle of the Historical and Philosophical Society, Odessa, 1894. Like, it's just... there's a certain, I guess, universal nature to these. Is one way to put it.
Вот, прибыли. Тут не пройти.
Погоди. Может, под
there's
завалом
the
что
moon.
найдется?
I couldn't see it.
Ага! Говорил же! Вон рычаг!
Надо бы вон тот рычаг дернуть.
Это можно.
Thank you, Spider-Man friend, who was a tailor.
Готово! Ага, ржавый механизм работает.
It kind of makes sense now that I think about it, that
Это что за агрегат?
Мне почем знать? Уж не ткацкий станок.
Похоже, его запустить можно. Только деталь нужна. Луны половина.
like it kind of makes a certain amount of sense that and there goes that he's the one who's who lost his entire body because, you know, he's a tailor. Not only is he incapable of doing his craft anymore because he doesn't have, you know, hands or anything, he's not even capable of wearing anything.
Вон, за тем хламом что-то поблескивает.
Сейчас проверим.
Ну и странная штуковина. Никогда такую не видел.
Тут запчасти какие-то. Ой, не разберусь.
Последняя запчасть вон на той статуе. Я ее притащу, только скажи.
Oh, I'm missing one thing. Oh, there you are.
Мне бы вон тот предмет.
Доберусь, поди.
Come on, bro, you're a spider. Not that hard. Look at you. Spider Taylor, does whatever, but Spider Taylor can.
Готово!
Часть Луны.
Okay, let me read this first. Mistress of the universe. And so the mistress of the animals in all her glory, the shadows praise her, the animals all listen to her, from the smallest worm to the mighty lion, king of the animals. I disagree with that description for a lion, but okay. The temple was resplendent with her might. The sun rose over her right shoulder, and the moon to her left. I understood she had power over many things, from the tiniest flecks of ash to the glimmering stars in the sky. As the mistress of the animals sunken in her oblivion, the walls of the temple were barren, the once regal halls overcome with rot and decay, the bright face of the goddess was distorted by madness. I was connected with her, as was everything else around us. We have lost her gifts, as she has lost her power. If only I could toll the river of fire. Well, I already did that, so you suck. And I don't.
Готово. Теперь понять бы, как эта штука работает.
Царство Иисусово! Небеса вращаются.
Oh, wait. Okay, then a full one. Well, that would be you too.
Похоже, верно вращаешь. Вон, фонари зажигаются. Уже второй горит.
How would I manage that? There... No. Wait, let me think about it. Yeah? Okay, yeah, it's like that. Okay. That's good to know. And... like that. No. I just... Okay, I don't know how that worked, but sure.
Серебряный месяц.
Ага, вот и серебряный ключ. Говорил же, со мной не пропадешь и в храме лиха.
Okay, as long as Liho doesn't start, you know, following us and I get scared. That's cool. I can get with it. Now can I... Ah, I can. Ricky. Oh, there's nothing. The blinding. The shades were following the steps of the ancient rite, and I follow them. The colder the temple became, the more monstrous the rite. Its shine faded like gold covered with snow. Covered with snow. Why did I read coveted? The shades found the threads of life that could lead them back to their original worlds, but the threads were destroyed in the mistress's gaze, trapping them in her frozen abode. Performing the rite would require first averting her stare, and there was only one way to do that. Starlight glinted on the golden blades. Eh. Aw, there's nothing. Well. The wooden.
Говорил же, ключ тут спрятан. А ты все не верю, да не верю.
Я такого не говорил.
Но подумал. Плохого не посоветую, за тебя радею. Гляди, ключ висит на паникадиле. Как он туда попал?
Мне почем знать? Лихо, может, закинуло. Чтоб нам не сбежать было.
Ага, я тоже так думаю. Как добираться будем?
Давай-ка ползи по цепям, да и снимай его.
Нет, шатко слишком. Да и прицеплен, поди, крепко. Давай попробуем паникадила скинуть.
Бык, орел, крыль, ворон, медведь, дурной какой-то.
I knew the ride would end with a sign of death, and I dreaded the hour of reckoning. I saw how the shades were mutilated, and I knew I would be dealt the same fate. There is no other way. The moment of the great sacrifice is nigh. Good night. I can't believe you can walk on air.
Так не пойдет.
Wrong one.
Ага, работает. Нужно остальные цепи отрезать.
Купол развален.
This is gonna get so much attention on our asses. Which I don't like the idea of. What's in here though?
Погоди, рано мы с хор уходим.
Yep.
Думаю, это паникадило с ключом можно сбросить.
Okay, fine.
Наверняка крепление цепей где-то там.
Сгоревшая книга. На мою похоже. Надо будет спросить у портного в трапезной, как время выдастся. Ага, 2 цепи отрезаны. Осталась последняя.
I know it has something to do with like the painting around the eye, but wait, actually. I wasn't thinking literally enough. Two 917. There we go.
Может, тут подсказки, как с ним бороться?
Bro, all the stories we've gotten are literally just people killing giants. Of course there are, like, ways to kill her. Dev and Gabdullah. A long time ago it was, 3 old men boarded a raft and set off for the pilgrimage to Mecca. They had a kettle with them. They landed on one of the islands and made a bonfire out of their raft and boiled some tea. As they were drinking the tea, a huge old man suddenly appeared before them, a Dev. He had a single eye in the middle of his forehead. The Dev was seeing the wanderers for the first time, but he knew them all by name. Gatola, Garifula, Gabdullah, come pay me a visit, he called to them. What else could they do? They went to visit. The Dev brought them to his place and locked them all in a stone shed. He decided to eat them one by one, for he was an ogre. That happens all the time. He ate Gatola for breakfast. He devoured Garifula. Yeah, no, that's... I hate not knowing how to pronounce stuff. It makes me feel dumber than I usually am. Gabdullah did not want to wait for his terrible fate. He made a hole in the shed and managed to get out. So he saw the Dev lying asleep on his back near a burning stove with his belly out. Gabdullah seized the moment. He took a red-hot frying pan from the stove and burned the Dev's only eye with it. He quickly ran away. The Dev rose up with a mighty roar and started chasing the old man. And they ran, oh how they ran. The Dev, having lost his only eye, couldn't see a thing. Though he kept tripping and stumbling, he didn't fall behind. Before locking them in the shed, he had put on the finger of each prisoner a ring with a bell. He ran after the sound of this bell. He knew where Gabdullah was. He was just about to catch him. So Gabdullah took out a knife, cut off his finger along with the ring, and thus escaped. The Dev was left with nothing and shouted after the old man, "You're lucky, Gabdullah guy. You've managed to be rid of me." Suleimanov, I am Bashkirko, Narodone Trovchespo. Bakshir Folklore, Volume 6, Bakshir Book, Publishing of 1992. So yeah, it's all giants, often one-eyed.
Ишь, падает! Гляди, ключ отвалился. Пойдем вниз.
Okay, but if Likho appears, I'm going to be very upset about it. Like, we made a lot of noise,
Шум от
bro.
этого паникодила. Как бы лихо опять не объявилась.
See, now that you said that,
Боишься, и голову сожрет?
Мне-то что? За тебя сердце болит. Ну, может, сердце и не болит, но волноваться за тебя волнуюсь.
The mistress of the animals.
Матрешки разноглазые. Спрошу у портного про них, когда в трапезной будем.
2, 1, and 3. Oh, and it's not. Oh, now it does. It wasn't letting me get closer to it.
Как эти матрешки огнем-то не опалило. Давай их в трапезной изучим. Ключ упал где-то между колоннами. Пойдем.
Золотой ключ. Солнце ясное.
Нравится мне эта трапезная. Уютная такая, располагает к беседе. Захочешь что-нибудь обсудить? Милости прошу за стол. Вот здесь подходящее местечко. Присядь, отдохни. Тихое место это трапезное, спокойное. Можем тут поговорить, если надумаешь.
Это про что с тобой говорить?
Да хоть про ковку железа, хоть про убранство. В храме полно диковинных предметов. Взять вот эту свистульку с медведем. Ну, о чем хочешь побеседовать?
The Tetramorph?
Что за звери такие, знаешь?
Эти четверо — лев, бык.
Да насмотрелся. Орел еще, ангел. Кто это и почему они здесь?
Действительно. А сам думаешь, почему?
Taking the chance to drink my coffee. Helpers?
Помощники волшебные. Читал я про такое.
Как это?
А вот так. У каждого, кто идет по этому пути, есть какой-то помощник. Понимаешь?
А ты думаешь...
Ну, ты вроде не похож на ангела. Вообще не поймешь, на что ты похож.
Да ты сам не пойми, на что похож, понял?
Damn.
Ладно, ладно. Это, знаешь что про животных-то?
Я только про орла слыхал. Хочешь, расскажу?
Sure.
Ну, давай, послушаем.
Старая история. Как-то раз охотник поймал орла и хотел было убить. Но тот взмолился, мол, не убивай, и просит корми. Слушай, 3 года его корми. Охотник согласился. Кормил его, значит, 3 года. Все деньги извел. Осталось 3 дня. А в закромах пусто. Ну, делать нечего. Охотник отсек, слышь, свою левую руку и скормил орлу. Так и продержался 3 года.
Ну и что, орел?
А ничего. Улетел или еще что. Подарил охотнику что-то, наверное, не помню. У
Bro.
охотника и сжег. Вот такая история. Ну, о чем хочешь побеседовать?
I remember this like a story kind of like that. It actually ends with the creature giving something to the person who catched it, and I'm pretty sure it was a fish.
Ну и что это за свистулька медвежья?
А, черт его знает.
Seriously.
Ты об этом хотел поговорить?
Послушай, про эту игрушку я не знаю. Но знаю про кучу других предметов.
Do you
Если
know?
захочешь обсудить что-то диковинное, приноси. Ну, о чем хочешь побеседовать?
Смотри, чудные какие.
А, матрешки. Это мне про сказки твои напоминает.
Почему?
Я весь что думаю. Была ли та просказка?
Что за просказка?
Ну, сказка-то похожая, вот и у тебя в книге. Может, у них сказка-мать есть, а от нее уж кто что гораздо сочинил. Папа сказка, мама сказка, деда сказка, прасказка.
Да все они разные. Про лисицу помнишь, как там? Или про твоего брата? Тоже другое.
Я не про те, а про сказки с Егой, с царевной.
Да и там все разное.
Может и так. Ну, о чем хочешь побеседовать?
Вон какой предмет необычный.
Это ритон. Кубок такой. Думаю, греческий. Помнишь первую сказку? Тоже ведь греки. И овцы там были. Много историй. Они все из головы у меня не идут. Я вот думаю, о чем они, эти сказки? Какой в них смысл?
Они
Trials?
про испытания. Сильный всегда уходит от лиха. Во всех сказках по-разному. Но и похоже все опять-таки.
То-то, может, это от сказки зависит. Или у них всех смысл один? Кто его задал? Тот, кто рассказал, или кто записал? Или она обретает смысл, когда ее слушают? Вот если я расскажу,
Ты ж помер.
ну и что? Может, и это не важно. Может, уже и слушатель помер.
Ай, тебя послушать, так все мертво. Понять, конечно, можно.
Угу. Ну, о чем хочешь побеседовать?
Знаешь, что за книга? Похоже на мою.
Думаю, не случайно это. Все эти сказки, они тут откуда, думаешь?
Мне почем знать?
Да и я не знаю. Ты не смотри, что у меня глаза светятся. Может, это от других его гостей осталось? Ну, с незапамятных веков. Вот побывал у него кузнец вроде тебя, а оно возьми и запиши все в книгу.
Это ведь не оно придумало. Это народ сказывает.
Значит, вышел кто, рассказал, потом еще кто передал. Так и пошло.
То не сказка была бы, а побывальщина.
Ну, прошли века, вот и сказка стала. Вот если выберешься,
Это как это, если?
да я к чему, расскажешь, как лихо повидал. И слово твое пойдет гулять. Станет сказкой.
Не думал об этом.
Сказки, они, видишь, как кафтан.
Это как?
Сначала жизнь. Это как с овечки шерсть срезаем. Потом бывальщина. Это мы ниточку тянем в клубок. А потом сказка. Это нитки сплетаем на станке в узор изукрашенный. А потом сказываем. Это уж кафтан кроем. Ну, о чем хочешь побеседовать?
We don't have anything.
Пока нечего обсуждать.
Найдешь что интересное? Приноси. Слушай, кузнец, хорошо сидим. Может, разомнемся игрой в бабки?
Okay.
Тут, в бабке,
Да есть одно местечко. Пойдем покажу. Избушка, избушка, отвори воротца. Ага, открывается. Пойдем вниз.
Really, bro?
Видишь, тут ларец. Обыграешь в бабки, тогда скажу пароль. Не забыл правила?
No.
Расскажи-ка.
Кидай битку прямо по бабкам. У тебя 3 броска. Собьешь 7 бабок за 3 броска. Победа твоя.
Oh.
Промазал.
Oh my god.
Мимо. Не каждый же день выигрывать.
That sucked. Six, 9, 7, 2, 6, 9, 7. Okay, so 3. No. Okay, that's the shape of a 2. That's clearly a 6. I would assume that's a 9, but like, it could be that, it falls here, it's supposed to be another 2. And yeah, no, that might be a 3, actually. No, well, it has to be a 9. Maybe 6, 9. No. Maybe clockwise? Oh, if it's clockwise, where do I start from? 2, 3, 9, 6, maybe? Hmm. No. Wait, that's counterclockwise. That's stupid. Also, no. There are no notes.
следующий раз попадешь. Одну сбил, 6 осталось. Не каждый же день выигрывать.
God damn.
Сбил 3 штуки. Промазал.
Oh my god.
Попробую еще раз. Промазал. Сбил 3 штуки. Ну ты не переживай, еще получится.
Let's see.
Мимо.
Around here?
4 сбито. Не каждый же день выигрывать.
Okay.
Четыре сбито. Мимо.
Oh, come on.
Каждый же день выигрывать. Еще 5 собьешь, и приз твой. Одна осталась. Не каждый же день выигрывать.
That's unfair.
Промазал. Еще 5 собьешь,
Come on.
и приз твой. Не каждый же день выигрывать.
Okay, I'm good at that one side. It's just I need at least three from another one.
4 сбито. Поздравляю! Победа за тобой!
Yay!
Вытащил обещанную отгадку. Она вон на той бересте.
The birch bar. Wait. Oh, these parchment. O God, sons of Arch, Brontus and Steropus, Uranus and Gaia are your ancestors, your element is fire. Great smiths of lightning and thunder, compatriots of Pyracmon and Polyphemus, your eye is the sun, your hairs are plenty, like clouds before thunder. Let your people live forever, let your children know no evil. Oh. The Kingdom of Babel. Oh boy, not Babel. He walked for a week, he walked for a month, he walked for a year, he walked 500 miles, if you will. Then one fine morning he came to an open field, and in that field stood a giant, enormous house. He sat down on a rock and thought to himself, "Who lives here? A sorrow or some foul fiend? A man can die but once, best go and test my luck." He went in, wandered through the halls, no one in sight. He started tidying up a spot for himself, then slipped under the stove where he wouldn't be seen. Suddenly he heard footsteps outside, the whole house tremble. They entered the hall, the house began swaying from corner to corner. The doors creaked open and a voice boomed. Foo foo foo. Barsukov, you bastard, you have wronged my sister, for that I will give you a cruel death. A man entered. Barsukov threw himself down and pleaded, Please, stranger, spare me. I'll be your slave and servant till death. The man relented, softened, and let him be. Now Barsukov spoke again. I've come a long way. I'd like something to eat and drink. Go then, said the man. To the back room fetch my jug of wine. A tubful for me, a modest glass for yourself. Well, he said, I couldn't bring a whole tubful for you, let alone a jug. You shit, the man replied. Goddamn. Instantly he jumped up, scurried away, and grabbed the jug of wine, the tub, and a regular teacup. Then he poured the wine into the tub for himself and into the cup for Barsukov, and drank. They got drunk and started talking. It turned out the old man was a fighter and had been away dueling opponents. You know, Barsukov, he said, no one in the world has bested me. I have one bane, the sight of my right eye is poor. At that Barsukov said, I could heal it for you, but I'll need to tie you up first. You're a strong man. When the pain comes over you, you could tear me apart. The old man had a yard full of goats. I have 3 rawhide strips, he replied, and an iron bed chained to the wall. Why would you have an iron bed chained to the wall, but okay. The old man lay on the bed, and Barsukov tied him with one of the strips. The old man had already locked the doors and gates tight. When Barsukov finished tying him, he said, Try to move, we'll see if the bonds hold. The old man stretched out and the strip tore apart. Nah, that's no good, said Barsukov. You'll tear me apart when the pain comes over you. The other 2 are over there. Tie me up with both at once, replied the old man. He took those and tied him up once more. Stretch out again. He stretched and strained but couldn't break them. Barsukov searched the rooms and found a hunk of lead, a bucket, and a scoop. He melted the lead and came back to the old man. Okay, it's another one of those, huh? Of the, you know. Just gonna burn his eye. Again, it's we had so many of those already. Open up your good eye and watch me heal you, he said. When the old man opened his left eye, he poured the hot lead into it, of course. The old man screamed in pain, ripping apart the rawhide strips. Now he was blind in both eyes. Barsukov ran out into the yard. Every goat screamed, Here, here, Grandpa, here he is, when he tried to hide under their bellies. The old man was getting tired. He ran over to each screaming goat, but Barsukov would already be gone. Then in a rage, he started throwing the goats over the fence, bro. the goats over the fence. Barsukov realized there were not many goats left in the yard. So he'll throw everyone out and then go for me. He spied a big woolly kid. He scrambled under his belly and grabbed his fur tightly. The kid cried, Grandpa, I'm holding him, I'm holding him. The old man grew even angrier, ran to the kid, grabbed it, and threw it along with Barsukov over the fence. Barsukov felt sick and dizzy, but it was a small price to pay. He got up, dusted himself off, and said, Well, you crooked old dog, here I am. That's what Barsukov was like. Now look here, when you get to the Tsar, give him this knife as a gift from me, the old man replied. What are you up to, you crooked dog? I can't do it, you just keep your distance, stay 100 meters away. The old man jabbed the knife into a tree and backed off 100 meters. Barsukov came up to the knife and admired its rich ornamentation. It was covered in gold and gems. He saw that the knife was magical and he couldn't just take it in his hands, so he tried with just his little finger and seized it. The knife screamed, I got him, Grandpa, come at once! Barsukov realized his peril. He was stuck fast, and the old man was almost upon him. He remembered his own knife on his belt, so he sliced off half of his little finger, saying, Here, you crooked dog, that's quite enough for you. Rasumova, AP, Sankina, T.I. Ruski, Narodinius, Kaski, Karl Skogo, Moria. Russian fairy tales of Karelian Pomors. Petrozavodsk, Karelia, 1974. It really is just a bunch of stories of people like cutting fingers and shit. Like, I understand it's supposed to be symbolic and everything, but also that reminds me, I think there was like a box here and like up. What is the eye? If you say so. Oh yeah, this one. I didn't know what to do. Maybe I did done this, but nothing. That would be for the sound that played. That would be. Oh god damn it, I need to be closer. Then left again? 5891. Yeah. A long time ago, even before the Russians came to the Aral Sea, a Kazakh hero, Yutim Batir, rode on horseback with 6 of his companions near Orsk. With his sharp eyes, Yutim Batir noticed a tall man standing on the mountain far away, tending to his sheep. He rode closer and to his horror realized that before him was a giant Deo, with one eye in the middle of his forehead. The riders turned their horses in fear and tried to escape, but alas, the giant easily caught up with them, tied the unfortunates up with their hands behind their backs, and drove them home with the herd. Then Dio chose the fattest of the prisoners, felled him all over, turned aside a huge stone that served as a door, and dragged his victim inside the cave. Soon the people outside heard a desperate scream. Well, he was Hanji. The Timbatir exclaimed, "Dio stabbed our comrade!" No, he definitely just ate him. And that was the truth. When Dio drove all the prisoners into the cave, they saw their comrade cut into 2 parts. Both pieces had been put on an iron spit and were roasting over a fire. Okay, fair. Dio blocked the entrance with a huge stone and sat all the others near the campfire. Dio himself lay down on the other side, pressing his feet against the stone. It was plain he wanted to rest while the human meat was roasting. Once the giant fell asleep, Utimbatir said this to his companions: "The same fate awaits us, so bite through my thighs with your teeth and free my hands. I know what to do." When Utimbatir's command was carried out, he freed his comrades, and together the prisoners tried to move the stone that blocked the exit, but the stone was so big that the task proved impossible. Then Utimbatir came up with the following idea. He took the meat off of the spin, put the spin in the fire, heated it, and stuck it into Deuce's one eye. Awakened in pain, the blind giant began thrashing about in rage and kicked the stone away from the exit. The prisoners took advantage and ran away. Sharanovich, Odds, Severi, from superstitions to science. Leningrad section of Malodaya, Gavardia, Publishing House, Leningrad, 1948. Again, just stories of people killing, well, mostly blinding giants. Not even killing them most of the time. I think I'm gonna leave the keys for now. If the game would let me.
Первый замок открыт. Говорил же, выберемся.
Разрушенный храм.
Второй замок открыт. Дело за малым.
Wait, really? Isn't? Oh, I guess it can't fall because the cross is there. That. I'm still not sure about this. What's the other box? There was one box that I hadn't opened, right?
Икра красная,
Red caviar.
икра черная,
Black caviar.
икра заморская,
Egg,
баклажанная.
eggplant caviar? How does that even work?
Сколько ж это тут лежит?
I mean, it's fish. It probably smells bad because it's fish, hon. The feast. I learned that the mistress of the animals would only give her gifts to those who broke bread with her. No one could leave the land of the dead before fully becoming part of it, but that can only be done by consuming the food of the dead. Well, I'll munch on the eggplant caviar. I don't even like eggplant that much. But you know. I read that one. Isn't there like a bowl? Oh, that's from...
Теперь до железного алтаря не добраться. Все развалилось.
Yeah, that part changed. Wait, I thought there was a box that I didn't do, but I might have been that one there that we just did. Oh. Anything interesting? God dang it. Well, I guess we don't have any other option.
Добраться можешь до того рычага?
Да тут лаз подходящий. Сей момент.
We need the copper key.
Готово!
Вот так кузница. Ох, расскажу, не поверят.
Ну и жара здесь. Снега как и не бывало. Гляди, на кузне форма для ключа. Кажись, для медного.
Да с этим я управлюсь. Только тут второй половины этой формы нет. Ну, иметь нужна.
Думаю, все должно быть поблизости. Запасливое это лихо.
Oh, I actually need to get the copper on the other half. Okay.
А вот и руда медная.
Okay, and where's the other half?
Так, металл есть. Чтобы ключ сковать, нужна руда и вторая часть формы.
Yeah, and where is it? Because I can't see it. But you'd assume it would be around here.
Одноглазое лицо.
Это лихо, не иначе.
Из лиц этих льется раскаленный камень. Узоры чудские. Давняя работа, древняя.
Matured carvings.
Хорошая кузница, только ковать нечего. Нужна форма и металл.
Oh, you're walking on lava. You shouldn't be doing that. Not safe. Art and sacrifices. Snake and... Oh, it's one of those. Well, heart and sacrifices.
Со второй половиной смогу сделать медный ключ.
Again, we're gonna end up cutting our own hand and or at least a couple of fingers. But probably the entire hand.
Ага, форма для плавки есть. Ну, думаю, сгодится.
Конечно, сгодится. Навье лучше некуда. Отлично. Медный ключ у нас. Сразу пойдем отворять.
All I hope is we don't get, you know, immediately followed by the likho. Like, I would rather she didn't try to kill us immediately after opening the door, but you know, I don't trust my luck like that. The ancient rite.
Что? Это никакой не выход?
Еще нет, но скоро, скоро.
Стой! Куда?
Разве можно бросить обряд? Вспомни, что завещали предки. Ты увидишься с ним. Ты готов, кузнец? Кузнец! Кузнец!
Кузнец!
Oh, hi.
Ты его разбудил. Ты нашел все ключи и отворил ими врата. Теперь пожинай плоды. Вот око Господне. Оно идет, оно близко. Полая спина, мясо размокла. Ломкие кости и спина червями изъедена. Стражница огненной реки. У тебя гости! Лихо! Услышь, услышь меня во тьме могилы. Вставай во мраке, внемли древнему заговору. Выползай, выползай из земли сырой через кладбищенские ворота, через темный лес за реку под черной луной. Лихо! У тебя гости!
У тебя гости. 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 У тебя гости.
Oh, there. Hi.
Сначала накорми меня.
Okay.
Нельзя говорить с голодным. Открой светлые очи. Узри тризну великана.
На что я тебе?
Okay, tell me that.
Отвяжи меня!
That's not what I wanted to answer.
Тебе выспрашивать. Не ожидал, что ты такой сильный, смелый. Ты прошел сквозь чрево мертвеца, разгадал мои загадки. Пришло время воскреснуть и принести огонь в мир живых.
Да, как скажешь, бабушка.
До сих пор плутаешь во мраке, но скоро преобразишься. Твой путь предначертан тысячами твоих отцов. Они шли здесь до тебя и вышли уже другими. Взгляни на меня, кузнец.
I am
На
looking at you.
левом плече месяц ясный, на правом солнце красное.
Вот и повидались с тобой. Я просто хочу выбраться.
Ты мертв навек и навек погребен, а воскреснешь лишь через жертву, но другим не как было.
Да что уж там, бабушка. Готов я.
Cut my hand.
Тобой вдохнем мы сил, старинные слова, и вновь пойдет по избам о старых днях предание. Зато тебе я дам венец из золота заката, что властью старых царств тебя навеки одарит.
Sure.
От золота не откажусь.
Так тому и быть, найдешь вскоре. Ты полон новых дум, что древний смысл прячут. Забыл твой род, извечное значение. Когда ты вновь о виденном споешь, поймет ли сын твое предание, чтоб новым кузнецам помочь? Дарю тебе младенца из золота чудского, что знает столько сказок, что и ночей не хватит, и толк в них всех он понимает.
Золотой,
My
говоришь?
literal church son.
Ладно, была не была.
Все узнать не успеешь, но услышишь многое.
My church son.
Как некогда другому дарю тебе кольцо из золота понтийцев. В темнейший час оно прольет свечение и словом ободрит. Ты с ним в тумане и в ночи не сможешь затеряться.
Возьму кольцо.
Найдешь его у древа. Осталась лишь свобода. Пусть волею твоей продолжится предание. Найдешь еще один великий дар. Сейчас же завершим обряд, как и пристало. Кузнец, что умеешь делать, ковать?
Да все умею.
Скуй мне глаз. Скуй мне глаз.
Хорошо. Да есть ли у тебя веревка? Надо связать тебя, а то ты не дашься. Я бы тебе вковал глаз.
В моем храме есть все.
Okay, so we're gonna do the thing and we're gonna...
Всем киклоп. Лихо. Беда.
Okay.
Горе.
Uh-huh. Excuse me, madam. The blinding. Yeah, I assume. We're still gonna lose at least like a pinky or something. But we're past time, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we are. So we're gonna finish this later, but I'm pretty sure we're almost there on finishing the game, considering the point in time we're in. So that's gonna be everything for today. Thank you everybody for being here. I learned a lot about the the universal thing about giants that get blinded, I guess. Didn't know there were so many stories about giants getting blinded, but apparently that's a thing. Well, maybe we shouldn't act like it's entirely that universal, because then we end up in a situation like fucking the hero with 1,000 faces, which I feel is a little I don't know, it tries too much to baseline a bunch of stories that kind of go through a different place and are not necessarily like heroes' journeys, even though they can fall into certain categories of heroes' journeys, but whatever. Point is, this is very interesting, and I learned a lot, and I mispronounced all of the Russian, so I apologize to Russians. And Germans, I also mispronounced some German. I'm sorry, I don't... I know English, and I know like my main language is a Latin language. I do not know Cyrillic. I do not know how to read it. I do not know how to pronounce it. I do not know Russian. I apologize. But anyway, tomorrow, we're back with 100 line, like I said we would. We're doing that, tomorrow and Monday, since I didn't do it today. And I have to go to the doctor on Tuesday, so I'll see about whether I can stream there or not. Depends on how long I take with the doctor again. But yeah, we'll see that later. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Have a good rest of your day. A good weekend is the weekend, and I'll see you tomorrow for the 100 line Last Defense Academy. We're back with it. We're in the romance route, and I hate it. I hate we're in the romance route. It sucks. It's bad. I heard that it's not the worst route, but it's not good. Anyway, have a good rest of your day. Bye everyone.